Alrighty, looks like the stream's up and running. Let's go ahead and get the URL linked in there. That should be able to there we go. My name might actually be a little bit, the chroma key might be messing with the name in the IRC chat, but it's fine, I don't care. Everything looks alright-ish. Alright, it has been a bit since I have worked on this. Let's actually go ahead and look at the channel real quick and I'll kind of take a look. Go to my channel. Yeah, it's been like a week since I've messed with this. Stuffs has been happening. Work stuffs and other stuffs. Nothing too fancy, but just general lives and adulting. Yeah, I am back and I am wanting to get this knocked out fairly quickly, so I can work on other projects. Okay, let me go ahead and get my Obsidian opened up. Where were we at? This is going to take me a minute to refamiliarize myself with. I'm not sure if I can do the core loop before actually getting it into the node server. But the team/player options I can definitely do. So what we're wanting to actually do is determine what options are available to each team/player. That's completely reasonable. As far as Minotaur movement, that's trivial. I'm not planning on any crazy A-star pathfinding or anything like that. I could set that up. Wouldn't be that big of a deal. But it's not really necessary. And then yeah, the wind conditions. But again, that kind of integrates into the core loop, which which I feel like I might not be able to do until we start moving this into a node server. But the options is definitely something I should be doing right now. Let's see. So we'll make this core loop needs to be a secondary option. It's important, and if we can do it now, that would be best, but I don't think I can quite yet. I mean, technically I could, I just have to do a little bit of nonsense. But the player options comes first. What functions do I have? Tough choices, tough choices, tough choices. We don't have an is valid action or anything like that. I feel like everything's handled very custom. Go to main. We're doing update dungeon, which goes to the action handler, which here. So probably should put whatever action options figure outer function here. That's the professional term, by the way, figure outer. Well, I guess at the end of the day, all we need to do is figure out every single action that can be done, which we have here, and then we need to determine if that action is valid, and if it is, we return it as an option. So. I'm just going to throw the function in here. Normally this stuff should really be split up into folders. Right now I just have flat files at the root of this project, but the scale right now doesn't really require me to split it up into folders and really organize it nicely, but typically that'd be what I'd be doing. Honestly, it might be something that if I expand on this project, it might be something I'm required to do, just to maintain my sanity and keep the project readable. Make it work first, then make it pretty. When we get valid player actions, it's going to be before the player's turn. So if we look at main, it's going to happen before the update dungeon. What data do we have accessible to us at that point? Basically everything, I suppose. I mean, the dungeon's already initialized, etc., etc. This should work fine. Alrighty. Moving up is only valid if there's a room above the player. Same thing with moving down, left, right, etc., etc. Should have a helper for that. Of course, we can always just... No, we shouldn't. unfortunately, in order to set the position. We're just gonna have to do this twice. Sucks, but yeah, I suppose we will. Okay. The alternative is I could get pass in a pause, and you pass in a direction. Old position is pause.x, pause.y, new position is this. Gotcha. Turn. And we can just do const and pause equals. Move pause. And we can do the same here. We're still doing the calculations twice, but we're not replicating the code by writing it over and over again, at the very least. That should still work. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. Okay, now we can do is valid move. Boom. Where, then whatever direction. Types dot direction dot hold. I think it's valid. Now I'm like 90% sure it is. Now what that does, it doesn't actually tell me if it's valid movement. All it does is tells me that there is a room up there. Maybe it does tell me. Let's check. Is valid position would define that. I suppose it does tell me, doesn't it? Or it should. If it doesn't, then it's because this isn't doing its job. Okay, looks good. So, do we want just an array of possible actions? The switch should do that, we just have to avoid the break condition. Or we could just do a bunch of if statements. That's completely valid too. We could just do... Yeah, we could, but I'm not going to. If we want to polish it up, we can, but right now I think this is readable enough. We could break this into a loop, but the second it's a loop, it's tough to read, so it's not worth it. Probably a much faster way to do that. I'd do the whole alt thing and then be able to place multiple text cursors, but can't do that on my Linux Mint for some reason. And I've never figured out why. On Windows I can do that. It's probably just a different control, but I can't figure out what. Well, ain't that. Anyways. Moving on. All of these. I think attacking should just be if the player's in combat. The player should have a in combat property. Yep. Which should be set once there's an enemy in the room. So, if player dot where's the player? I'm blind. Okay. Player dot in combat. Actually, if the player's in combat, it shouldn't be able to move. It's still a valid move, but the player can't jump. We'll get to that in a moment, though. The player can flee, and then it moves in more or less a random direction, if I remember right. Anyways, if player.inCombat, then result.push also the random, I was just thinking for NPC players. Jesus. That should always be a valid move. Or a valid action. Alrighty. If player dot in combat is false, well, actually, make noise is just one that can be in there, honestly. Type stuff. Player action dot miscellaneous dot make noise. And open chest is just if there's a chest in the same room. So that should be room entities dot chest. And then it's just basically if it doesn't equal null, right? It does not equal or does not equal equal. Okay. I don't remember. I'm scared. Yeah, we've generally got does not equal equal. Okay. Okay, let's make noise and open chest. And then random is just something that's always valid. Yeah, no, we'll just let random always be valid. I can't think of a single reason why not to, apart from maybe if I don't want the random action to be an option for chat and chat votes and whatnot. I want to force them to actually make a decision. But generally, I think random is perfectly fine all around. If people want to vote to do a random action, that's perfectly valid. So. And return result. Should players be able to make noise while in combat? There's no reason for them to. No, there's no reason to. Shouldn't be able to move while in combat. They shouldn't be able to open chests while in combat. Yeah, no, this looks good. Okay. With that, I can actually implement the random. Though I will have to filter out random. But I could actually run I could run a bunch of player actions at this point. No, we could actually run a very basic game without the minotaur moving around right now. So we could kind of pseudo do the core loop. Sorry about that. Need a proper cup rather than this bottle of water. Hope YouTube doesn't think I'm drinking something. It's just water, I swear. It's water in glass bottle. Strangely shaped glass bottle, but bottle nonetheless. Okay, so next step, the main. Yeah, what the heck? We need to get random valid action, which should probably be in the action handler as well. Jesus Christ, the action handler is getting a little bloated, but it's all very simple code. The helpers is where a lot of the magic happens, and it is a mess. I'm okay with the action handler file, actually. It's pretty nice. I am not okay with the helpers file. It is not. Jesus. Helpers file is just an utter mess. It's not alphabetic or anything. It's got a lot of different contexts that it's working with. A lot of it could be split into a utilities or a utils folder rather than a helpers folder. Ugh. Not messing with it. Not messing with it. I need the player type, since that's what we seem to be using for the most part. I don't really need the player, do I? I don't think I do. I guess really what we don't need a get random valid action, we need a handle random action. So, yeah, this right here. So, handle random action. There. And then should be able to move all of that up. Then we need to filter the ops for the random ops.filter And I believe it's true stays, false leaves, but if that's not the case, I'll find out in a moment. Let's design it with that in mind, without just looking it up. Okay, there. I believe that would do it. It would return true on every item except for random. Then I just need to select a random from that. Do we have a random from array? Yeah. Actually, we don't want to return that. That just gives us the action. Now we want to handle that, which would be action handler player type action. Now the issue becomes, I intend to move this above the action handler. I'm just hoping that this works like a class where it can call things that are after it. I believe it does, but my brain does not remember. We will find out, though. And we might have to do some craziness if it doesn't work that way. Anyways. Let's double check the filter real quick. Let me just... it's good practice for me to type it out. And when I run this, it should have every single item except for A. Yep. Okay. Good. We did it right. Okay, at this point, it's just, we need to add it down here, so. Handle random action. Huh, interesting. Taking in the player type and not the player. Are we converting it to the player? No, we're not, so we do actually need the player type. Okay. And then we don't need anything else here, I don't think. Okay. And if we go back to main, visualize, update. The thing is we're not visualizing, well, we are visualizing the dungeon. Okay. I was thinking we weren't visualizing the dungeon from the very beginning. It's because we aren't. Okay, we're gonna have to change this a little bit then. We did something for debugging. Yep, there is a bit of debugging going on here. This has already been handled. We don't need this code anymore. Especially now that we've got the spawn chests running. Is this still valid, or does this need to be updated? And add to room. What is this? Ah, this is just noise. Doesn't exist. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of it. Might regret that. Let's look at it a little bit longer. Yeah, no, I think we're good. I think we're good. Just don't want to I don't want to delete something and then come back and be like, I don't know why that's not working anymore. Okay, that's fixed. Core loop. We don't need this. The default action's a good one to have. We'll just function with a single player for now and a single minotaur. And for the sake of making it look nice, And the random doesn't matter. We're not going to mess with that. Well, it's good for debugging purposes. Just make sure. Okay. So we're going to want to visualize the dungeon before, or essentially as soon as it's initialized. Do not really want this, but I'm just going to get it out of the way and we'll kind of go from there. And for let I equals 0, we'll do 100 iterations. And we're going to want to do the action first. Just copy this. Is there any good reason why on players' turns end can't be handled here? I don't see a single good reason why not. Like, it has to be done after the player's turn's in, I get that. But I could just put it at the end of this. Is there a good reason why I didn't do that? I can't think of a good reason. I'm going to go ahead and do it now. Okay, moving on. If you're ever not alive, then just break. Put this at the end. Right after visualize. We could also log their health and enemies' health and all this stuff, but I'm not going to mess with that right now. This needs to be no, it's player action. Should do it. Okay. Now the one thing that's going to happen here is this is going to generate a load of text very rapidly, so it'd be better if I had some kind of delay. I think there's like set timeout or something similar to that. Oh, set timeout is definitely the way to go. Let's go ahead and do a test run because I'm not that familiar. So if I do under normal circumstances, that should just do that. But if I do await okay, yeah, that's kind of what I thought. The set timeout does have that delay, but it isn't synchronous. What we could do is something like this. Okay, so that would work. Ideally, I just want something that's like asleep. But I don't know if something like that exists. Nah. Looking at Stack Overflow, because Stack Overflow is amazing. Promises. It's been a long time since I've messed with promises in JavaScript. You don't have to deal with them very often. You don't have to. And when you do, they are not fun. Alright, let's try and mess with this in a test and go from there. I am just going to copy and paste it over, but we're going to verify it works before we integrate it into our code. So console.log a wait sleep milliseconds. So that should be 5 seconds. Console.log. Save. Give that a run. Heck yeah. So how does this actually work? Let's kind of see what we've got. To be honest with you, I do not know. I do not know. And I do not need to understand it to use it. Which is a dangerous thing to say. I recognize that. But my options here are to read over some documentation on promises and how they function, or to just integrate this and move on. I've tested it in an external environment, and it works as advertised. We will throw it here. And we'll go back to main. Yeah, we can just go over here at auto import. And then we just want to do await sleep for, I don't know. Let's do 500. That'd be kind of cool. Kind of see what happens. And that should do it. Terminal. Alright, let's see what happens. Probably gonna get an error because I've done a lot of changes. Yep. Did the sleep get imported? I'm kind of curious about that before I move forward. Okay, yeah, it did. Let's see. Let me get Stack Overflow closed. That is a bright screen. The only thing I really added to this was spawn chests. Chests don't have position. That could be the issue. Potentially. Why are we It's an init dungeon, on-room update, XY. Just place from room. What are we displacing? Let's see. Why is the Minotaur spawning in the exact same room as the player? The odds of that are incredibly low. I'm open to the possibility that happened once. I'm not open to the possibility it's going to happen once. regardless. Why? There's the problem. There's the problem. Of course, it should probably be pause. In this case, we're just removing the honestly, this probably doesn't even need to exist. But we'll leave it. Because we only need to be updating the rooms when we're adding stuff to them. When we're removing stuff, it doesn't matter. The reason being is what on-room update is actually doing is checking if everything can be in that room at once, if that's a valid thing. If it isn't a valid thing, it displaces the things that shouldn't be in there. Removing stuff from a room will never leave a scenario where there's more stuff in the room than there should be. Adding stuff to the room will. So that should resolve that. This noise thing, on the other hand, that needs to be handled. Yeah, it's just got yeah, no, it should be noise.level. Do we not have it initialized? Have we not added noise to every single? Okay, yeah. Nope, I know what I did. I know what I did. This is init dungeon. Diddy constructors. Pause is not defined. Well, we're getting a little bit further. Update dungeon, action handler, action handler, move. Okay, so at the very least that verifies that handle random action can call action handler. As far as pause not being defined, we mean got something with this one too. What does the P represent? I'll have to look at Visualize Dungeon. Assumedly that's the... No, P is the player. M is Minotaur. Gotcha. And Minotaur spawned close. Nice. You're moving down. Move player direction, not down. Pause is not defined. So, move. We did change this a lot. What do you mean? Yep. Pause is just not defined. Because we are dumb. But I'm dumb. So this should just be player.pause, right? Excuse me. Or moving entity.pause. .pause.x. Moving entity.pause.y. Or we could just do... Yeah. We'll leave it that way. It's fine. Safe. Okay. Clear the terminal, and let's see what happens. Pause is not defined. Okay, yeah, now we're... Or we can just do something simpler. But that's less readable. So. Okay, that should... should give me pause and pause. Clear. Okay, I think that's working. That's way too fast to actually really read, but seems to be working as intended. You can see the player moving around. Noise being made as the player moves about, and every so often the player makes noise. What I'm surprised about, I mean, let's look around a little bit. How many eyes are there? Because eyes are the mimics. The player just never ran into any mimics. They didn't even have the option. Because they're all up top, and the player generally moved around the bottom area. I was kind of hoping to have a combat scenario start up, just kind of see how it played out. Ew. What is the chance for mimics? Maybe we just need to increase that dramatically. It's 50. What? Okay, how does this work? Oh, I see what's happening, okay. So a room has a 50% chance of spawning a chest. Each chest has a 25% chance of being a mimic. Let's increase that to a 50% chance and kind of see what happens with that. Also, let's go ahead and increase the delay a bit to 1500. You can always end it early. Then the player died to the minotaur. That makes sense. Kind of just randomly stumbled upon the minotaur and died to it. Which might actually be worth going ahead and adding that to the action handler. If player is dead, their action is nothing. Here it is. Okay. If player dot is alive, return empty array. Boom. We could always add like a wait action or just an action that essentially does nothing. Might not be a bad idea either. Anyways, I will be back. Give me just a minute. I is back. So what I was considering is as a wait action or just like a default action instead of just unhandled. Yeah. And that should give dead players an action so that they can still be handled. They'll just get essentially defaulted to the wait action. We could go ahead and add the wait action to the random valid actions as well. So the players could vote on just waiting. But that's kind of lame, to be fair. Yeah, it's lame. Keep the players moving, doing stuff. The wait action would take that away. Anyways, the minotaur movements are now the biggest thing. I could put 4 players in this at this point. It would be trivial. The players should be able to attack each other as well. I believe I've already verified that. Can players attack each other? Have I added that? I might not have. to start, I need to verify, can 2 players be in the same room? Two players should be able to be in the same room. There's nothing here that would boot 2 players in the same room. Okay, if there are 2 players in the same room, then we need some way to enter combat. Which means players should have the attack option, which should get to the action handler. Let's start with if the player is not in combat. Speaking of which, if there's 2 players in a room, what prevents there being 3 players in a room? Is there something that prevents it? No, there isn't, which is a problem. Players dot length is greater than 2. And we need to displace a random player. Of course, that won't necessarily work. Then course, that's not ideal. Still want this, we just want a fresh one for every loop. So, there. We could also just do a while loop instead. It would be more readable. Well, updated room entities dot players dot length. It's greater than 2. Start booting players. Of course, it really should never be more than just 1, but random from array. Yeah. Then of course, we could also just do this and clean things up a little bit. No, we can't actually do that, can we? Yeah, we can won't. Okay. There. Now 2 players can be in a room, but not more than 2 players. If we have the room, okay. If room or if room entities dot players dot length is 2, then players can choose to attack. Well, really, attacking doesn't necessarily work here because I'll have to update this. But that's fine. Attack can work. Attack can work. We'll just have to do a little bit. Alright. Get enemy in room. What is this? Oh, I see. Well, the thing is in order for me to get the enemy, I need bug. I need to know what the player is. Of course, we added the player here, so that makes sense. Okay. Should be able to make it done. So, need to see the entity constructors real quick. Good. And we can go helpers here. Should do it. Of course, we could add an inter-combat option, but I'm really trying to keep the number of possible actions down, so it doesn't get too ridiculous. That should do it. Now, deal damage should also Okay, now players should be able to attack each other. It might be worthwhile just to kind of verify that. It's annoying because I have to spawn 2 players in the same room in order to do that, and I probably have to change my visualizer as well. Good, we have the room. Okay, then we just need to do this. This function was made before I made a lot of my helper functions, so it's not really utilizing stuff. This can just be re.players.length is greater. There. Now we've got something to visualize. Now we need to throw 2 players in a room together. It's a little annoying because that is not how we've set this up. Of course, I don't think we have multiple players at the moment. Okay. So let's go ahead and add multiple players. Const player 2, and we'll go ahead and remove the minotaur and go like this. We still haven't added an exit. It shouldn't be that big of a deal to add now, though. Therefore, okay. That. Bottom left, top left, top right, bottom right. There. And then as for player 2, we don't want you to actually get a new or a random room position. We want you to be in the same position as player 1 was. It's also important that a chest doesn't spawn exactly where you're standing. I disable chest spawns as well. Okay, moving on. Back to main. Let's verify that players can attack one another. Not miscellaneous dot combat dot attack there. Or we could have player 1 attack because they're handled first. Dot combat dot attack. Dot miscellaneous dot end. That is one issue I'm realizing is player order. Actions might not always be possible. See, if player 1 wants to attack player 2, or if player 2 wants to attack player 1, but player 1 moves out of the room before player 2 tries to attack, then player 2 is never going to be able to attack the other player. Which really just means that attacking actions should take priority. So the order that this happens shouldn't be like this. It should be prioritized. Certain actions have to take place before other actions. Okay. Most importantly, just attack has to be done before anything else. Probably some mapping or some loop I could do to handle this, but it's whatever. The annoying bit is I'd have to do it with an object, because that's what player actions is right now. That's kind of why I'm avoiding it. You can always do object.keys or object.values and whatnot, but I don't think it's worth it. Not for something of this size. Not the cleanest thing in the world. I will not deny that. We should be able to do this now. Or for let I 0y plus them. Handle update first. I. And the same thing for update second. Now, if a player attacks another player, it should take priority over that player moving away from them. One thing that's still an issue is while it might take priority, the other player's action still takes effect. Problem because they're in combat, they shouldn't be able to move. So what we really have to do is we have to double check when that player action is being handled, whether or not that action is still valid. So in the case that the player tries to do an invalid action, you have two options, and I'm leaning toward the latter. We could have them default to just waiting out the rest of their turn, which essentially wastes a turn, but the only time there's going to be an invalid action is if a player attacks another player, and essentially the first player that attacks gets a sneak attack bonus. In the case that we just have the victim player wait, that is. The alternative is we could have the victim player do a random action instead. The random action would choose between what exactly? Well, if you're in combat, it would pretty much just choose between attack, flee, and random. I kind of like the idea of a sneak attack bonus. But I also like the idea of random, so. Sneak attack bonus is interesting, but there's no reason the player shouldn't be able to attack back or flee. Wasting a whole turn is a pretty big deal. So what we'll do is action equals random. Types dot player action dot miscellaneous dot random. Which will mean that the victim automatically switches to flee or attack. This could be a little bit confusing to the players though, which is not ideal. But I'm willing to accept it. Okay. Players can attack other players. The order of actions has been set so that attack is handled first. Victim players don't actually try to do their action. Instead, they do a valid in-combat action. I think it should be good. I think it should be good. do we have... Okay. And then in order to test this works, the best thing I can do is and default act doesn't need to exist anymore. I'm pretty sure we've disabled chests, but I'm not going to waste the time checking. Alright, I'm very much expecting an error. We've changed quite a bit, but we'll see. Let's check what's happening here. Right, the other players are moving about. And fleeing has like a 50% chance of success or something. Let's go ahead and check that. Yep. Flee has a 50% chance of succeeding. Player 2. Okay, so at this point the flee succeeded, so the player should have moved. We look at, let's go ahead and fix this. So this is probably player 4. The player moved up. Player 4 moved down. This is player 3 then? So this is player 3. Player 3 moves down, player 3 moves left, and player 3 ends up moving into the room where the attack's going on. Why is player 1 still doing a random action? Because player 1 should be... Is player 1 still in combat? Have I not... My assumption has to be then. Action handler. Handle flee. No. Player should be removing themselves from combat once they flee successfully. Let's take a look at this again. What is player 1 attacking? There's nothing for player 1 to attack. What's going on here? something breaks with player one. Alternatively, player one might be attacking themselves. I'm thinking there's a very real possibility that that's exactly what's going on. Yeah, no, the players should never be attacking themselves. The only time get enemy in room is called is here, which is very strange, actually. But it's true. And when we call it from there, calling it while passing in the current player, which should exclude that from the enemy list. What is going on here? All right, let's see what that shows us. It should be. Dungeon.player1. Yeah. If it's not defined, what does dungeon actually look like? should have... here it is. There. Clear the terminal. Okay, that wasn't exactly what I was going for, but it's fine. No enemy for player to attack, yeah. And why are you... Are you in combat? You know what? Console.log just json.stringify the player, period. What? I don't understand why you're doing what you're doing. Honestly, I just... Is the room not getting updated? That might be the issue. Don't know. Handle flee. You are not in combat. Then why are you fleeing? You're not in combat after you do your action. Okay, that makes sense. Pause is 2. That's incorrect. 0, 1, 2. Your position isn't updated. Why? Or has your position updated? I think you might have moved from... Okay, so yeah, you moved... Fleas, flea succeeded, you moved down, I assume. Yeah. That was a terrible test run, but we can take a look at the get enemy in room. If there's more than one player in the room, and there's more than one enemy in the room, console.log json.stringify room. We can debug that error from there. Player 1 fails to flee, player 1 fails to flee, player 1 flees. Their position after fleeing is 4-1. The position before fleeing is 3-1. They're moving to the right. Move from here to here. Why is player 2 attacking? There's nothing for them to attack. How is it a valid action? I don't understand how it's a valid action. Combat equals false and combat equals true. Something is switching you back into combat. What? Okay, the next thing I can do is console.log the and we're here again. Okay. This is me console logging the room. And this is me console logging the excluded entity. Which appears to be player 1, based on the position and name, etc., etc. And not so much based on the health, though. That health should be much lower. So it's not player 1 then. Gotcha. So I think what's happening... No, it's not the player 1 attacking. I am very confused. Okay, to start with, player 2 appears to be dealing damage despite not being in the same room as player 1. I need to check out main. So, yes, your action is attacking, which is fine, but once you get into the action handler, you should be hitting this. If you're not hitting that, then we need to understand why. Why is... okay. Player 2 is still attacking, which means that get valid player actions okay, there. Let's Control-C this and clear the terminal. This is the problem. There's no frickin' player there. Okay, so, well, we know that get valid player actions isn't returning the right thing. Question is why? Because when we flee, we're removing ourselves from combat, but not the attacker from combat. Still, that doesn't explain... It doesn't explain a few things still. Okay. We'll start with fixing that, I suppose. I guess you're moving, which means you should be handle move, which should to pause from pause. And it's better to just handle it by the flee. Handle flee. I guess at the end of the day, we don't really do that. What we do instead is we're moving from one position to another, and we were being attacked. We're moving from one position to another, and we were in combat. I guess it really is best to just handle it here, isn't it? No, this is stupid. This is the fleeing. if new position end pause doesn't even need to be calculated. Well, actually it does. I see what you're saying. Okay. What we need is a then we just need to do form, or better yet, room map. Room is just an array, so. I'll just do this, yeah. E.inCombat. That should do it. And then we go to action handler and handle flee, and then we just do exit combat, get room, pause. Okay. That should resolve one layer of the issue. That is a lot of players all of a sudden here. That's not supposed to happen. One, two, three, four, 5, 6. Have I fundamentally messed something up? Certainly seems that way. To verify that the player flees, the flee succeeded. Player 1 moved over from 2 to 1 2. What it looks like. If we look at why is your position 0 1? Why is we moved from 1 2 to 0 1? How? Huh. Well, at the very least, it seems to be working now. I believe we have hit on a different issue entirely. This is quite strange. But let's go ahead and get rid of the unknown. necessary console logs and kind of go from there. This is no longer necessary. I'm good with this. That stays. Stays. Stays, 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 stays. This can probably stay. Honestly, there's no good reason to get rid of it. And that's that. And this can go ahead and go. Might end up bringing that back, but right now we're good. I'm very confused as to what caused the replication here. I'm also very confused as to how the player moved. From 1, 2, 1, 2 to 0, 1. That shouldn't be possible. Also, when they moved from 1, 2 to 0, 1, this seemed to have happened. Let's give it another run and see what happens. Kind of go from there. This seems to be causing it. Player 2 seems to be doing 2 actions in 1 turn. I see what's happening. I think. Maybe. Just see what happens with this real quick. I'll be back in a moment. I is back. Alrighty. Well, it seems to happen when the actions get randomized. If I look at this, player flees. Player 2 attacked first, then the player fled, etc. And that was that turn. Then player 2 attempted to attack, but couldn't do so, so they performed a random action. However, they seem to both perform a random action and move left. Perhaps. Or am I incorrect about that? Let's look at that real quick. Oh no, okay. Yeah, no. They did a random action, then moved left. Okay, the console logs is in here. I misunderstood. So they are still only performing one action, in theory. But player 2 is here, I think. Yep. Then they're saying that the player 2 moved left. Should move it here. Player 1 also moved left, which should move them here. Player 3 moved right. Player 4 moved down. 3. Okay, so you're player 4, you moved down. Player 3 moved right. Okay, they did what they were supposed to do. Only player 1 and 2 that seems to. At the very least, they're not doing what I suspected might be the issue. Definitely seems to have something to do with the randomization. But I might be looking in the wrong place. I have more to do with them exiting combat. That's another helper that I've recently made. I don't think so. Let's remove the delay. There we go. Okay. This might have been a good test run. What happens if I get rid of player 3 and 4 entirely? It would simplify the console logs, I will get that. There. Yeah, but player 2 didn't move up. Player 1 made noise, but player 1 should be here, based on this. The issue has to be with movement. When these players are moving, they're not getting removed from their old room, and I don't know why exactly. I have done some updates on the movement. From pause to pause. That's correct. O pause is the old position. start with just that. Flea succeeded, moved from 4-1 to 4-0. That looks correct. Player 2 moved left. Why? You say player 2 moves left. Did I know? I think I know what the issue is now. If we go to the data, no, not data, well, kind of. Here, this is the issue. I think this is the issue. I think that is the issue. Oh, Jesus. So if we go to here, yeah, it doesn't replicate it at any point. Okay, give me just a moment. I can fix this. Here we go. Go to here. And then what we want is a new position. player1.pause.x, player1.pause.y. That should resolve it. Looks like it did, at least at a glance. At some point, looks like they met up again. You moved up, so one of you moved up and one of you moved left, yeah. Gotcha. Okay, honestly, this seems to have resolved it, so I think I'm good with going ahead and getting rid of that console log. This wouldn't have even been an issue I would have run into at all, but yeah, it's whatever. That's what I get for being dumb. Get that knocked out. That can stay there. There's no good reason to get rid of that. And there's no good reason to get rid of those. We could go ahead and just have the players attack each other until they kill each other. works as intended. Without any crazy errors getting thrown up. Constructors. What we could do is, instead of ending it once 100 iterations have passed, we could just make it keep running until there's only one player remaining. And we could have them all default to attacking, and then they'll just do random actions if they can't attack. Then let's go ahead and give it a little bit of a sleep timer, otherwise we could have an infinite loop. It crashes my computer, and that's not fun. And then if what we could do instead is have and 4. 3. Return result. There. If okay. Now that'll run until there's only one player remaining. So what ended up happening was one player moved into the same room as player 3, and then player 3 attacked that player and killed them. And if we just kind of look at this, this is kind of what it would look like if there were only players. Of course, we don't see the very top of it because it's cut off on the terminal. I could have it export the terminal as a TXT file, and then we could see it from the very start. But we got players running around the rooms. You get the idea. They find each other. They do everything in their power to kill each other. Which is what happens here until one finally dies. And And then as far as the randomizing actions, what it's doing is I set the player actions to attack, but if the player is dead, it's randomizing the action and just setting the action to wait. Then we have the players randomly moving around until they finally meet each other again, which happens fairly quickly, surprisingly. And then they murderize each other. I'm kind of curious how that noise came to be, though. You. Someone made that noise. You made that noise. How? Ah, you made the noise because you're doing random actions. Okay. Which could be movement or it could be noise. But the point is that player combat is handled very much so at this point. I could go ahead and add chests in there, and the players could run around and increase their stats as well. I could add minotaurs in there, and then they'd all die to minotaurs. This is handled. Minotaur movement is probably the biggest thing we have left. We still don't have an exit, so I should go ahead and add that to our priorities. We don't necessarily need an exit. I might just skip that altogether, but it would be cool. It also would just be incredibly luck-based and potentially boring. I'm unsure. Could be something I add later too. It would not be difficult to add. But it wouldn't add that much to it. So that's kind of why I'm just like, let's just move forward and maybe update it with that later. I'm assuming, let's go ahead and get Dungeon Constructor updated a bit so that the minotaurs and chests spawn as well. And let's give that a run just to kind of see if there's any errors that pop up. As far as this goes, we're going to update this so that bottom left, top left, top corner, top left. I'm being stupid. Yet. Random room position types dot quads dot top left. There we go. Then the chests was the other thing. Which would be in here. And then instead of having players default to attacking, what we'll do is we'll just have them do random actions. .masc.random. Then we'll kind of see what happens with that. Just take a look at the last few. Got a player here, and we've got a player here. Oh, I see. What we really need is a while loop. There. That'll give me a better idea. So we have a player here and a player here. Player here is with a minotaur and probably ends up dying. As for the player that's here, why are they not moving? Did they make noise? What did they do? Player did. Waiting is not a valid action unless they're dead. They're not dead, or they wouldn't be there. They wouldn't be rendered. Oh wait, they moved down. Never mind. That's what happened. Moves down, so you're player 3. Player 4 attempts to flee, fails to do so, and the minotaur kills them. Even if they did manage to flee, the minotaur would still get an attack off first, because... No, that only works with players, I think. Which is an interesting quandary. How does it handle with minotaurs? We could have minotaur movement completely random too, but I want it to be based on noise for so many reasons. I'm kind of just thinking the minotaurs move toward the highest noise, but I'm kind of thinking about adding a range in there as well. So if it's 2 noise that's 1 room away versus 5 noise that's 5 rooms away, they'd probably go to the 2 noise because it's closer and therefore louder distance-wise. I am curious how I handled minotaur stuff. I'm assuming... Did not mean to do that. How does the player enter combat with the Minotaur? Does it just automatically happen, or wait? I think I know. It's this. This is when the NPCs make their moves, which resolves the whole combat issue as well that I was just discussing, where player moves out of the room, Minotaur still wants to attack, but the player's not there. The Minotaur's attack isn't processed until after the players are, so it won't attempt to attack if there's no player in the room. This is also where I should be handling the Minotaur movement logic. My brain's getting a little foggy, but let's go ahead and try and get that knocked out. Once that's done, we technically have a way to handle wind conditions. Or handle the wind condition of whatever player survives the longest. But we need a little bit more logic than that for wind conditions like killing a Minotaur. Initially, I thought I would assign one Minotaur to each player, and then the player would have to kill their specific Minotaur, but I'm thinking that might be dumb. So instead, we'll just have a player that kills a Minotaur wins automatically. The alternative is it could just be whatever player survives the longest. I'm just going to full screen this. So this would handle any enemy attacking. But what it doesn't handle is the Minotaur movement logic. start with just minotaur 1 and then we'll kind of go from there. Honestly, better if we didn't handle it that way. Yeah, we'll just throw it in. So we need to start by passing in the minotaur. M equals minotaur because I'm going to lose my mind if I have to keep writing out minotaur. And then M pause equals M dot pause. And then what we need is the position of every single noise. It's a little annoying, but not that big of a deal, I suppose. Const get noise equals okay. Const rooms equals dungeon dot rooms for that I is 0, I is less than dungeon size I plus plus. Or we could do I is less than rooms dot length. And really this should be X and Y. Or we could even make it better and do this. Okay, and with that, RE.noise should never be null. But if it's greater than 0, then we pass in the position Sorry, my brain is turning off a little bit. then we can return the results. Or alternatively, we could do... There's a different way we can handle that. All right. Does that always work? I think so. characters.length I plus plus. Well, actually, that's not really what we're going for here. What I have to do is then we have to determine which direction it's closest to. Really just means we have to give it a rating. We have to normalize it. In order to give it a rating, we have to max. We can use dungeon size. That could work. Yeah, I guess dungeon size could work. Okay then, n.pause.x diff of npause.x and npause.x. We divide that by dungeon size. That gives us our normalized value. Then we need to determine which you're closest to. There's probably a much easier way of doing this, but I'm kind of just creativing my way through it rather than looking up anything. Once I do it once and then look at it, I might even come up with 5 different ways to do it better. What I want to do is find the lowest value in scores, and that's the norm that I need to assign this to. Oh, I see. Okay. And then from there, we have the index with the lowest difference, and we can assign the noise level. So now we need to determine the noise level. Which, in order to do that, we need the distance, which I've done before, but usually it's math stuffs that I don't have memorized, so. I'm gonna look it up. How to get the distance between 2 points. Stack math. Yeah, screw it. That is a lot. So, between 2 vector 2. Ah, that makes sense. A squared minus B squared. Well, blah, 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 blah. I'm just gonna copy this on over and kind of edit it to fit my needs. B2 dis equals. I really need a utilities GitHub. It has all this math stuffs, because I've done this a million times, and it'd just be nice to have a quick reference. This feels like it could benefit from diff a.x and b.x and diff a.y. That should do it. And then before I trust this, let's go ahead and give it a couple test runs. This between let's make this easier on myself. That makes sense. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. Assuming that's due to the square root. Why do we need square root? Why did they even suggest it? A squared plus b squared equals c squared. So we need the square root of this is strange. Okay. This feels dumb, but it's shouldn't it just be oh, I see. Math.pow this to the second power and math.pow this to the second power. I think that's what I'm missing. There we go. And let's just try it with some negative numbers. Looks good. And then let's just make sure it doesn't give a crazy number if I have multiple. Nope, that seemed about right. Okay, looks good. This is why we test in smaller environments. Anyways, we now have a way to calculate the distance. So what I'm thinking is we just divide the noise by the distance. The alternative is I could divide the noise by the square root of the distance, so it's not quite as pronounced. Because if I divide it by the distance, then something that's 5 away will only make 1. Something that's 5 away will have the noise level divided by 5. If I divide it by the square root, something that's 5 away will have its noise level divided by 2.2-ish or something like that. Yeah, I'll divide it by the distance. It's fine. Dis between the minotaur, so m pause and n dot pause there. And that's the noise level, and then DIR's noise index, or really DIR's noise plus equals noise level. There. And that should do it. The next thing I could do is DIR's noise that gets me the index, which I can then use to get the direction. Return DIR's lattice DIR index. And with that, we can get the minotaur's move direction. If that all works the way I think it should. We'll have to do a little bit of testing, but we don't have to mess with too much in order to do that. Anyways, go ahead and put this underneath. It's better to handle it down here. We just need to check if the minotaurs are alive before we do anything else. Don't need to be throwing them around if they're not. Getting all kinds of errors. If M1 dot is alive. We can move M1 in this direction. Same thing with M2 and everything else. Just to be a little extra safe. Also, lowering noise levels should really be handled after Minotaur movement. That's a lot of math I've added there. It's a non-trivial amount, but should be fine. We're not running this at 60 frames per second by any means. And there's a lot of optimizations I could do by doing some kind of caching / chunk system of some kind where there's a lot I can do. Let's just see what happens with what I've got. Let's just see what happens. Should do it. Wait, that wasn't the one. Did we spawn in the minotaurs? Minotaur here. And all 4 minotaurs up top here. Why? Is the noise level just high up there? I have to assume that's the case. I have to assume that I've done something wrong and noise level, for some reason, always leads to the top right. Let's go ahead and get that delay back on. Minotaurs should not be spawned all in one place. That's problem numero uno. That shouldn't be the case. Assuming that I just kind of copy-pasted it without looking. It isn't the consequences of my own actions. Yep, that's exactly what I did. Bottom left, top right, bottom right. Clear that. I don't know why my terminal's being a little bit we've got a minotaur here, and minotaur here, looks good. One in each quadrant. And yeah, once again, they're all moving to the top. This one's following the player, though. Watch that. This one also moved to the player. Run, player, run. They still seem to be really attractive at the top right. Where are the other two minotaurs? We got two here. Got two here. Yeah, no, they're just really attractive at the top. Why? Let's go ahead and take a look at my hands. I'm going to assume that the issue is in this. That's the issue right there. They're attracted to the top because they can't go down. They can only go to the right and to the left. Or no, they can only go up and to the right. In positive directions. Which is not what we want. Mpause. This is the problem. N.pause. Pause. Save. Clear. That run. Okay. Now minotaurs should be able to move in other directions, like this one here. No noise at the moment. Now we've got some noise, okay. What I'm really looking for is a left movement. But we do see downward movement. You can see that here. I'm not seeing is... Where did you come from? Okay, you just moved left. Gotcha, that makes sense. Most likely you're chasing those two. If you don't move left, crazy. There's one noise right there. Okay, good, you moved left. And now there's 8 noise right here. So now if you don't move left, I'm gonna lose my mind. So we got the minotaur here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Why did the minotaur go up here? The minotaur should have gone down. Because the minotaur shouldn't take into account the room that they're in. Well, actually, they technically should, shouldn't they? Generally, it seems to be working the way I'm wanting it to. We got 3 minotaurs in one place all of a sudden. Why is that? Because there's a bunch of noise here, that's why. And then the player just dies. One thing I'm thinking might be worthwhile though is reducing the noise level much faster. Like instead of -1 each turn, we divide it by 2 each turn. So something like this. Something like that. And then one other thing that might be worthwhile is if we look at types, I think we should make our movement make more noise. Maybe keep attacking and movement making about the same noise. Fleeing should definitely make much more noise. And if we look at handle flee, it's very important that open chest 3. Open chest should make much more noise than that. Maybe not 6, but 5 maybe. I need to look at handle flee and make sure that the noise is being made where the player is moving. Isn't. Okay, that's a problem. Do not want that. There. And I might want to do the same thing with movement, honestly. Make noise, layered up pause, yeah. That's not necessarily what I want to be doing. Get, move, pause. Layered out pause and dir.up. Down, left, right, save. And let's clear the terminal and up, down, left, right, up, down, left, right, looks good. And I think that will dramatically help. It said player 4 made noise, so we should see quite a bit of noise in here somewhere. Yep, right here. So what's happening is they made the noise. The noise was registered as a 9. Then the player's turn ended. It divided by 2 and floored it, so it became a 4. Now, as far as everybody else's actions, the 3 becomes a 1, which is a little annoying. Yeah, it's fine. Actually, the more I think about it, it makes sense. Then it looks like what you did was open the chest. Did you open a chest? Because that's... Did you make noise? Yeah, no, you made noise. Okay. Now if we look at the minotaurs from the very beginning, you got the player here that's going to make a ton of noise. So these 2 minotaurs should probably go towards them. I'm expecting you to either go left or down, and you to go left. Instead, you went up. You went up because you heard this noise, which is much closer. You went down. Okay. Oh, as long as you're around. Expecting you to go left, you go left. You almost certainly should go down here. Yep, chasing that player quite nicely. Okay, I think the minotaurs are working exactly as intended at this point. So we can call minotaur movement done. Win conditions technically already exist. Just survive the longest. Of course, we also need the win condition of player kills minotaur. Part of me wants to just say screw it on that, but that's true, really. So, need to do this to start. And in the event that player kills minotaur, easiest way to handle that is just via the action handler and deal damage right here. If attacker.type entity constructors. When we're creating players, we haven't actually given each player a name, which is probably worthwhile. I was kind of thinking about just randomly generating a name, but it might be worthwhile to say this is player 1, this is player 2, this is player 3. You get the idea. this should probably exist here. Why are there 8? Oh, I see. Boom. Boom. Why are there 6? Ah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, okay. 3 and 4. And then we go to here. Might want is the entity constructors in the dungeon. Action handler, deal damage, blah, blah. Could do instead is kind of say okay, that should do it. So then in this case, we go to action handler here, and we say cache attacker dot check our entity constructors real quick. Dungeon end info. Then we just need to update our main loop accordingly. Really, this should be the only thing handling it. Other than the helpers. And then what we can do here is go to action handler. We've already updated the victim, so it should be good. If the number of living players is 1, then we go ahead and end the dungeon run. We need to be able to get the there. Two, 3, 4. There we go. Do it. Actually, no, I'm being dumb. Now back to main, and That should do it. Hopefully. Oh, well that went fast. It's very rare. Of course, we got a bajillion mimics in the middle there. One thing we could update is there. That should clear that up. Jesus Christ. If the minotaurs are gonna be this fucking excuse my language, this ridiculous. This is only like 10, 20 moves at most. I might have to slow down the minotaurs so that they move once every 2 turns rather than once every turn, because this is insane. Of course, the players aren't going to be making random actions. They probably are, but... And honestly, 20 turns or so per game is not that ridiculous. I can always balance it out. Important thing is everything seems to be running. I mean, we're gonna have to get rid of the console logs, the visualizer. Initially, I was thinking I wouldn't do a full dungeon visualizer in the front end. I'd just have players read the terminal or read something that tells them you hear scratches on the wall to your right, or something like that, to your south, north, east, west, etc. The more I think about it, the more I think that's a really bad idea. I think it would be really cool if it was a single player thing, but given that it is not, I think it's valid to show the players where every other player is and where the minotaurs are on the board. Maybe even the noise levels as well. But the chests and mimics, yeah, no. That maybe I let them know where the chests are at in general, but I don't let them know what the difference, whether the chest is a mimic or a chest, that kind of thing. I also might not let them know where the other players are at, but I can't really do that, honestly. But yeah, no, we've gotten to a point where it's done. We have our victory conditions, minotaurs are moving about, PvP is here, everything's in there. The next step is to integrate this into Node.js, or just a Node server. And then basically, if we look at my main, you can see that every update is just me passing in the player actions. And that would be all I'd be passing into Node server as well, and then it would return an array, the 2D array that's been making up the entire thing this whole time, which would tell me the new state of the dungeon as a whole, and I could update the front end accordingly. Of course, we also need to add in the voting system and whatnot for YouTube chat, but that's pretty trivial given that I'm already querying YouTube chat, YouTube live chat. So that's not that big of a deal. But that is a definite context switch, so and my brain's a little fried at the moment. So I'm gonna call it, and we will do that on another stream. Oh boy.